a rainy night in Atlanta. We hope it'll be time for Braves baseball. About an hour ago or so, the skies opened up here at Turner Field. The rain is all but stopped now, but we are going to have a delay before we get you started with Game 2 of this 4-game series between the Braves and the Chicago Cubs. And good evening, friends. I'm Chip Carey. Welcome to Turner Field. Joe Simpson and Dale Murphy will be along in just a moment. But big news announced here at the ballpark about 30 minutes ago. Braves third baseman Chipper Jones was named to his 8th National League All-Star team, and it's been another chapter in a memorable year for the future Hall of Famer here in Atlanta. Here are some of his great moments. Who will forget his homer in his first game of the year, April 9th in Houston, with mom and dad watching at Minute Maid Park. The fun continued in Houston and on into L.A. A homer on his 40th birthday against the Los Angeles Dodgers as the Braves played great baseball at Chavez Ravine. April 25th, a game-winning hit in that series in Los Angeles, and many in Atlanta colors have never seen Chipper more fired up. And then May 2nd against the Phillies, a walk-off 2-run homer in inning number 11 made this place go absolutely crazy here in Atlanta. So Chipper Jones named to the All-Star team, and this was his reaction upon hearing the news.
Always cherished this experience, being able to go and rub elbows with the best players in the game, the elite of the elite, and just get to know them. You know, as I said, you know, in past conversations with you guys, I mean, so many friendships have been forged at All-Star games, you know, just going out to dinner or sitting around the clubhouse, just shooting the breeze. So, and now my kids get to do it with me and meet all the best players in the game and, you know, create a lifelong memory for them, which is cool for me to do.
It's always special to be named an All-Star, right, Murph? Especially in your final big league season?
Well, yes, exactly. You know, I'm looking back at my career, and I missed quite a few All-Star games the last few years of my career. And to think Chipper's going his last year, what a special moment. And I just appreciate the fact that Chipper says he's always cherished him. And some guys I know sometimes are a little indifferent about it. They want the time off, and that's really regretful. But so excited for Chipper, so excited for his kids, and it's going to be a great experience.
It is going to be a great experience and a fitting way to end the career, Joe. Just a remarkable story, and baseball got it right today.
Yeah, it's not a capper. I mean, we've still got half the season to go, and he's got a 9-game hitting streak going right now. It's not like they said, oh, well, you know what, let's let little Chipper play in one more game. What do you say? I mean, he's earned a spot on there. Tony La Russa is the guy that made the decision to add him to the roster after Matt Kemp was declared unable to play in the All-Star game. So a very rewarding moment for him on what is already a real nice last season in the big leagues.
And it really clears up a logjam for those of you in Braves country hoping to vote for 2 more Braves for the All-Star game. Chipper's in. That means you're free to vote for Michael Bourne up to 25 times. And let's see if Michael Bourne can climb that list and get on that National League All-Star roster as well for skipper Tony La Russa. It's a rainy night in Atlanta. We will step aside quickly and come back with more for you from Turner Field right after this. a rain delay of about an hour tonight. And it really came down hard here at Turner Field in Atlanta, but the field is ready for play. It's a beautiful night now. The sky is still very cloudy, a gentle breeze is blowing, and all that heat has disappeared for Ed Mangan, his grounds crew, the Braves and the Cubs, who meet for the second time in tonight's four-game series. We welcome you back upstairs with Joe Simpson and Dale Murphy. I'm Chip Carey. It is game 2 of the series. Last night, the Cubs beat the Braves by a final score of 4-1. The Braves now, fellas, now 3-4 on this very important final homestand before the All-Star break. And one area of concern has to be the production or lack thereof from the middle of this Atlanta batting order.
Dale, I don't think any team would be going anywhere if they can't get production from the middle of the order. And while it was pretty good for the Braves early in the season, the last 39 games not so good.
Yeah, you know, it's the heart of your order, the center of gravity, kind of where everything is generates from. Those guys always have guys on bases, especially with the way the guys are hitting in front. Michael Bourne and Martin Prado, guys are out there, no question about it. To get a long, sustained run, you need consistent production out of 3, 4, and 5.
And you can't put your finger on any one guy because the Braves have used different guys in those spots in the order. They've had 5 different number 3 hitters, 4 different cleanup hitters, and 7 different guys have batted in the 5 spot. So it's been a revolving door trying to find people who are hot to put into those spots.
And yeah, that's a great point. Just you want something, you would like your whole lineup set, but especially 3, 4, 5. A lot of bouncing around there.
And speaking of revolving doors, that's been the case for both the Cubs and Braves starting rotations. And 2 guys pitching tonight perhaps have something to prove to their skippers and their teammates.
Well, look at Chris Volstad. He's gone 19 starts dating back to last season with the Marlins without a win. That is trouble right there. That's having a tough time. For Jair Jurgens, like Volstad, Jair sent back to AAA to try to work through some things and get straightened out. Jair's come back and pitched 2 good ball games, especially the one in Boston. And as it was pointed out to us by Flip Feinberg, our weatherman in the truck, he had the rain delay in Boston right before that great outing, too.
So let's hope lightning, if you'll pardon the pun, strikes twice.
Yes.
For Jair Jurgens. Lovely night for baseball. We will get things started. Braves and Cubs, first pitch coming up after this. Are 2 fireworks celebrations that will follow the Braves and the Cubs tonight. And all season long, Braves baseball on Sports South is being presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price, every day. Joe Simpson, Dale Murphy, Tom Hart, yours truly, Chip Carey. And here's how the Cubs line up. Same starting 8 they put into play last night and earned Dale Swaim a 4-1 Chicago victory. Campana, with the exception of DeJesus, of course, at the top of the order. I beg your pardon. Then it's the same 7 men after the leadoff guy. It's Castro, Anthony Rizzo, an impressive night. Alfonso Soriano, Brian LaHare, Steve Clevenger's the catcher, and Luis Valbuena 2 doubles, and the big blow last night, a bases clearing double.
For Jair Jurgens, he'll try to even his record at 2-2. He's pitched really well since he came back in his 2 starts, a 2.03 ERA and just a 191 average. 26 years old, 6'1", 200 pounds, from Curacao. Curacao is tuned in tonight. They're watching in Williamsted. They've got a big screen to watch this ball game, of course, with 2 guys from Curacao in the lineup for the Braves, and Jair Jurgens and Andrelton Simmons. So some local heroes for the folks on the island. 4 keys to pitching success for Jair tonight. More ground balls than fly balls. His last start against Arizona, he gave up 10 fly ball outs, only 5 ground ball outs. So let's flip that around tonight, get ahead in the count, and see if he can't dictate to these Cubs hitters a little more tonight and get some early outs.
Early outs and no early runs for the opponents.
Boy, yeah.
David DeJesus will lead things off for Chicago. He's in center field tonight, hitting .269. And Jurgens misses with ball 1. 72 degrees at first pitch at 8:02. A 52-minute rain delay officially. DeJesus playing center field because Rizzo was brought up to play first base. LaHare moved to right. That means DeJesus can play center field. His first assignment in center field came on June 18th.
He's played there before, though. As I recall, he broke in as a center fielder with the Royals. Had a good series against Atlanta in Chicago, and the Braves were there. Went 3 for 9 in that 3-game series.
2-2. Fly ball toward left, but that's playable. Martin Prado is under it, has it for the first out. Here's the Braves defensive lineup. Braves made 2 errors last night. Prado, Bourne, and Hayward left to right in the outfield. Freddie Freeman's the man that committed the 2 errors, his first multi-error game in the big leagues. Andrelton Simmons at shortstop, and Brian McCann's behind the plate.
Yeah, despite the fact that some people made a big deal about it on talk radio here in Atlanta today, the 2 errors he made last night were inconsequential. They had no bearing on the outcome of the game. But there are those who think they know something about the game that think they did. They need to pay better attention.
Well, that 1 error, Joe, too, is from someone who has good range and good ability. You know, when I played first, I learned really quickly not to go get those balls.
Yeah.
Let the second baseman have them. But Freddie's aggressive over there. He's going to go after it if he can get it.
Starlin Castro's the Cubs shortstop. He had a head-scratching play in the game last night, one that we talked about. It was the first hit that was earned by Dan Uglow, and Castro just was flat-footed and held the baseball for a couple of extra seconds. Castro has had a reputation of having sometimes a wandering mind on the field, but his first baseman, Anthony Rizzo, was quick to his defense. And Joe and Dale pointed out most accurately that Rizzo was well off the bag defensively at first base, and that's one reason why Castro was late throwing the ball to first.
Yeah, he didn't have anybody to throw to.
So no doghouse for Castro tonight.
Yet.
Gets a little grouchy after a rain delay, doesn't he, Joe?
I'm hungry already.
Jurgens strikes out Castro, his first of the game. And 2 quick outs in the opening inning.
Which is one more strikeout than Jurgens had in his last start against Arizona, which was 0.
I was just going to say, you mentioned Curacao tuning in tonight. A couple of heroes, and Anderson Simmons has been great. I'm really proud of Jair Jurgens. I was fortunate when I broke in. There were probably times when I should have been sent down, but we weren't doing very well, so I stayed up. But being here, being established, getting sent down is sometimes a tough battle mentally. Your pride takes over, but he's battled back. And you got to give him some credit for that.
Well, he's pitched great since his recall. Jurgens 1-0, a 2.03 earned run average, only 3 earned runs in his last now 14 innings. Counting the first 2 outs of tonight's game. And he jumps ahead of Rizzo.
Worst thing you can do in a situation like that is go down and pout and feel sorry for yourself, because that's not going to get you back to the big leagues. If you've got to go down there and reprove yourself, then that's what you got to do.
Fly ball right center field. That's very well hit. Bourne on the run. Did he get there? No. So Rizzo at second base on a ground rule double. Michael gave that a heck of a try, and Rizzo continues his great work in his first week up with the Chicago Cubs.
Well, I really like his approach. He's got the nice relaxed hands, Joe. It kind of reminds me a little bit of John Kruk, how he used to just kind of wave his bat and also get into a really good hitting position. Obviously, he's got a good swing, got a good approach.
Yeah, very calm hands and quick bat. That ball hung up for a long time, and you're right, Chip. Michael almost ran it down.
Now Soriano bats 0 for 4 last night. And Alfonso takes ball 1 low. Since May 15th, no man in the National League has hit more homers than the man you see. And he loves hitting in this park. Down and in, 2 balls and a strike.
Well, they got a win last night. It's hard to tell you about how poorly the Cubs have been playing, and how poorly they've played on the road, but that's the case.
A fly ball hit to left, and that will retire Soriano and the Cubs in the top of our first inning. Chris Volstad goes to the mound for Chicago, and Michael Bourne greets him first. stand a game apiece and earn their second win of the year against the Chicago Cubs. Michael Bourne leads things off, followed by Martin Prado and Jason Hayward. Chipper Jones, a red-hot bat, is the cleanup man tonight. Let's hope Dan Uggla and Brian McCann can get going against Chris Volstad, who's in an awful rut.
I mean to tell you, 19 starts since his last win. He's 0-11 over that stretch with a 5.5 ERA. His last win almost a year ago. But the Braves can't really feel sorry for the guy. They need a W. He's a big guy, 6'8", 230 out of Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. And a former #1 pick of the Florida Marlins. His 4 keys to success, well, he's got another chance. Called up to try to get back on track, but he cannot pitch up. His fastball, he has to rely on movement on his fastball. And when he's pitching up with the fastball, it doesn't move and gets ripped.
And he's missed with his first 3 pitches of the game, and he's in a big hurry. A 4-pitch walk to Michael Bourne. It's Dale Swain, the Cubs manager. Here's his defense. LaHare and Soriano flank David DeJesus in center field. Darwin Barney put on a defensive show at second last night. And it's Steve Clevenger with a good arm behind the plate. Martin Prado was 1 for 4 in the game last night. That hit was a run scoring tally in the 6th inning. It tied the game 1-1 with Jeff Samardzija, who was brilliant for Chicago.
Yeah, we talked last night about the Cubs' struggles on the road and how much Samardzija was struggling.
Yeah.
And now Volstad's struggling too, but I'm going to kind of wait and let this game play out before we start predicting what's happening.
Well, he's always had a live arm. His fastball, 92, 93, slider and a change. Michael Bourne still in the hunt there for the stolen base lead, as you saw.
Off the plate, 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think any pitcher that's here in the big leagues, if he does what Samardzija did last night, make maybe 1 or 2 mistakes, are going to be successful. That split finger was down all night.
That was a good pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, he got his train back on the tracks after losing 4 in a row. Now 6 and 7. Braves have seen Volstad quite a bit while he was with the Marlins. He's 2 and 4 lifetime against Atlanta with a 4.22 ERA. And they got him from the Marlins for Carlos Zambrano, so it wasn't like just kind of a pickup deal. They were counting on him to be a big part of the rotation.
And Chris was very honest. He said while he was down at Iowa that he needed to go down to AAA. Obviously his numbers indicate something wasn't working at the big league level, and he felt that learning how to relax on the mound was a very important tool that he now feels he has back with the Cubs for the 2nd time this season. He also did some work with a sports psychologist, which he also feels will put him more at ease on the mound. But it's hard to go 19 starts without a win in the big leagues. He's got a teammate who went through that. Ryan Dempster, he had a stretch of 18 starts without a win.
Did he really?
That was snapped this year. And if you look at that current list of winless streaks by pitchers, look who's second on our Academy Sports and Outdoor leaderboard.
That's crazy.
I'd have lost a lot of money on that bet.
I do not understand that one. Cliff Lee.
Bourne's running. Got a good jump, and Martin fouls it away. And Might go back to first with nobody out.
I mean, I don't know how many runs they're scoring for Cliff Lee, but they only need to score.
Right.
The last few years, one, it seemed like. Baseball can be a little strange sometimes.
But when Volstad went back to AAA at Iowa, he won his first 2 starts. He beat Tacoma and he beat Memphis. But his last win was May 27th. He's had 6 starts since then and no W's in AAA.
There's his first out. He strikes out Martin. So how many winless starts at AAA?
His last 6.
So add that to his major league total, and you're really saying something.
He won his first 2 at AAA and lost 3 of his last 6 with 3 no decisions. His last start against Oklahoma City, 7 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, no walks, 7 strikeouts, but he got beat 3-1.
He has a man aboard with 1 out now, and Jason Hayward in the batter's box. Jason's hit safely in his last 3 games.
But this is the kind of guy that when he has struggled for so long, if you can put a run on the board early, then all of a sudden everything in his body tightens up because he doesn't want the game to get out of hand or get away from him, and he's more likely to make a mistake.
That was at the knees, and the count even to Jason. 1 ball, 1 strike. Toward first, funny hop, and what a play by Rizzo. He steps on the bag for the second out. Bourne's in scoring position for All-Star Chipper Jones.
Nine-game hitting streak.
And that's the subject of our Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot.
Longest streak in the National League right now belongs to Carlos Gonzalez of the Rockies at just 10.
And speaking of 10, if Chipper can get a hit tonight, he'd make a whole lot of Braves history. Brad Hange, the Braves media relations director, told us before the game that in the history of the Braves organization, only one other man in Braves franchise history has had a hitting streak of 10 games or more at the age of 40 or more. And that other man was Rabbit Moranville, who did it in 1933 at the age of 41.
Hall of Famer.
Tough pitch from Volstad has Chipper behind. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And so far so good for Volstad of keeping the ball down.
Yeah, he is. I was just going to say about Chipper. You mentioned 40 years old. He hit a few balls out in BP, and he turned around to anybody listening. Said, 40 years old, people.
Yeah.
He looked at me and said, Murph, what were you doing at 40?
Fly ball center field to Jesus. Did he make the catch? No, he did not. Bourne scores. It's 1-0. Chipper Jones with a big 2-out hit.
All the umpires have a responsibility on this play. And the call came from first base umpire Jim Reynolds, who was hustling over to get a good look at this, and he got it right as he got it on the short hop. Good hustle by Reynolds.
So there is that Braves history. 10-game hit streak for Chipper Jones.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You know, he didn't really say that to me about what I was doing at 40, but, you know, just to see him have that swing so consistently, the only way he doesn't hit, it's almost like if he's on the DL, he's not going to hit. If he's off the DL, he's hit. I mean, he's one of those rare guys you just don't see any prolonged slump at all throughout the career. Amazing.
Boy, and how big is it, Joe, for the Braves to get an early run tonight?
Huge. I know they didn't have a lead or score the first run in any of the last 4 games. I'm not sure how far we got to go back to find one, but it seems like it's been a while.
Freddie rips one foul out of play. 2 balls and a strike. Cubs have been tough on the Braves first baseman. Freeman 1 for 13 at the plate against Chicago pitching. Chipper's running. The pitch low. The throw to second high, and Chipper Jones steals second.
I was just about to say, well, yeah, well, I bet Rabbit Moranville didn't have a stolen base during his streak. But then again, his name was Rabbit, so chances are good he did.
Nice round number in the stolen base category for Chipper. Up the middle, Castro hung with it. And the throw to first in time retires the side. Sharply hit, but out by Freddie Freeman. Chipper Jones with an RBI hit extends his streak to 10 consecutive games, and it gives Jair Jurgens an early 1-0 lead.
Jones is the unquestioned leader of this team, and now and today he says you have to lead by actions. That's what he just did with his first stolen base of the year.
I don't play every day like I used to, but when I do play, I bring it, you know, and I take every at bat like it's my last. I want to take every play like it's my last, and I don't see that sometimes from some of the other guys, and that's something that builds trust amongst teammates. And you look at who's won this division the last 5 years up there in Philadelphia. Those guys bring it every day, you know, whether it's the starting pitchers, whether it's the everyday players, whether it's the bullpen. Those guys show up to play and beat you every day, and that's the mentality that we have to get.
This afternoon is the same one he shares with his teammates on a regular basis. He says a lot of times you don't see it. It happens behind closed doors and away from cameras, but leadership, And leading this team is a 24/7 job. Chip?
Thank you, Tom. Brian LaHare leads off for Chicago, and he rips a single into right field.
That was a very pointed comment, too, Tom. I mean, there was a little bit of irritation there with saying he didn't see that same type of concentration from everybody.
Yeah, you know, the great thing about Chipper has been his honesty, you know, really, and his candor. Last night after the game, I heard a little clip from him saying, look, we pitch well some nights, and then we don't defend. We hit well some nights, and then we don't pitch well. He said, for this club and these guys in this locker room to get where they want to go, we got to pitch and hit and defend every single night. And this inconsistency isn't going to get it done.
Steve Clevenger is the Cubs catcher, and he takes a knee-high strike.
Yeah, and he also said that he's seen this team play brilliantly. I mean, he's talking about how capable this team is of stringing together some good play, and he's right.
And maybe that inconsistency is reflected best in the home record of this ball club. I mean, who would have thought that the Braves would be, at this point in the season, 3 games under 500 at Turner Field? Need to change that against the Cubs before we head to Philadelphia for the final series before the All-Star break.
You thought when the Nationals went home to play the Giants, you might get some help too at the top of the division. That's not happening tonight.
They are wearing out Tim Lincecum.
He only went 3 innings.
Tim Lincecum's year and Cliff Lee's year. Strangest couple of things I've ever seen.
Yeah, and another season where it's the year of the pitcher. Those two guys won't agree with you. As Jurgens gets Clevenger to foul one away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I think Chipper's trying to wake up the club too. This little thing like these are big games against the National. These are big games of the Nationals. You know, you've got to win these games against the Cubs. It's not a thing where you every once in a while you say, here's a big game.
Well, I think that's exactly right. They're all big games.
Yeah, and sure it's a cliche, but that's the thing about the season. 162 games. Chipper's being very honest. I don't play every day, but when I do, I bring it. We all have to do that every single night.
Rider goes, ground ball knocked down by Jurgens, and he'll throw on a short hop to first.
That was an amazing knockdown, but if he doesn't get that ball, it might have been a double play because with the runner moving, it drew Andrelton Simmons to the bag, and that's the direction the ball was headed. Watch this. Andrelton might have been able to catch the ball while standing on the base.
Well, not only great stop by Jurgens, but then he short hopped and it went from not only a possible double play to a possible guys on second and third without Freddie knocking that ball down, picking it at first. I mean,
Darwin Barney takes a strike. He's the Cubs' second baseman. 0 for 3 last night, 12 for his last 52 at the plate, and a .265 batting average.
Tim Lincecum's line tonight: 3 1/3 innings, 9 hits, 8 runs, 7 earned.
Huge lead, and the throw off the glove of Dan Uggla.
Got a shot at him there.
I love the way JJ just kind of waited for LaHare to keep taking another step and another step till he got himself in a bad place.
I think Dan Uggla might have been a little quick with the tag, maybe a little bit, maybe sensed that they did have him. Sometimes you try to get that tag on him a little quick before you catch it.
Wasn't a real good throw either. I think that's what upset JJ more than anything. He didn't put a good throw on the bag.
Low and outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. In the air to center. Bourne will play that on a hop. Here comes LaHare around third, and he'll be stopped. Cubs runners at the corners with 1 out.
That was good hustle on Michael Bourne's part. He pounced on this ball. Another pitch that was up. Good crow hop.
Joe, you're right. Aggressive coming in. Third base coaches don't always sense what the throw is going to be like, but sometimes they watch the fielder and how aggressive they are, how fast they're charging.
Boy, that was a late stop sign, too, from Pat Listash.
So here's Luis Valbuena. He had 2 big hits last night for Chicago. Biggest was a bases loaded double that untied a 1-1 game in the 7th.
Well, that pitch was up, and the pitch to Rizzo in the first inning for the ground rule double was also upstairs. Sayers got to get the ball down.
Foul past Dave McKay, the Cubs first base coach.
Bases loaded last night. He jumped on the first pitch he saw from Tommy Hanson, a breaking ball that wasn't where Tommy wanted it. He wanted a backdoor pitch, and it got a lot of the plate and drove in 3 runs.
Back to the mound. There's 1. There's 2. Enjoy that, Curacao. 1-6-3 double play ends the Chicago 2nd inning. And Jair Jurgens enjoys a 1-0 lead. And Andrelton Simmons is due up third. Hits in the home half of our first inning. Right now, check stats on Jair Jurgens against the Cubs offense. It's all live on Game Connect. Follow all the action now on FoxSportsSouth.com. A 10-game hit streak for Chipper Jones, the second Brave ever, going back to the days in Boston with a 10-game hit streak or more at the age of 40. Here's a guy the Braves have to get going. Dan Uggla was red hot up until the 6th of June. His season's turned on a dime since.
Well, someone asked me today, they said that you got to get Uggla and McCann going, bottom line. And they're right. You're right, what you just said. But it's funny how I view both of these guys and their recent struggles. I don't have any reservations at all about Dan Uggla snapping out of this, because he's done it before, and we saw what he did last year in the second half. And just the way he's swinging the bat.
In the air to center. Back goes to Jesus. Had a little trouble with that one, but caught it for out number 1.
And I wouldn't say that I'm worried about Brian McCann. I would say that the concern is more about how he's swinging the bat now and where he's hitting the ball compared to the way he's always hit the ball at the big league level and where he's hit it. Right now, a lot of his best bolts are going over there to the tarp. You know, it's like a dead pull swing, and that's not been Brian McCann.
And with that swing in mind, the Cubs shift to the right side of the infield, something else we've seen an awful lot against Brian McCann at the plate.
Now, as I've said it on several occasions recently, he's hitting in some tough luck too. But it would be such a welcome sight, especially against these shifts, to see him go back to what he used to do a lot, and that's hit the ball to left center and down the left field line. Let's hope some of the use of some of the left side of the field comes into play.
I think the challenge, Joe, too, you mentioned where he's hitting it. Well, you mentioned that Dan Uggla's been through it and been out of it. I can't recall Brian McCann really being in a deep one and having the experience of getting out of one at this level. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, but you know, guys just don't forget how to hit.
No,
you know, he's going to be okay. It's going to be a little tough for him, but he's shown in the past he can do it, and he's got to believe it.
One of the things Brian did today that I applaud was he did not hit on the field, and before the clouds moved in, it was still hot down on the field during Braves batting practice. So he was trying to conserve a little energy, stayed in the clubhouse, hitting the cage.
Starlin Castro, a nifty pickup and a perfect throw to Rob Andrelton Simmons. Nice defensive effort by the Cubs all-star shortstop, and that ends the Braves' second.
Jones wasn't the only one named to the All-Star game today. Jim Joyce, part of this crew, will work his third All-Star game in Kansas City next week. Joyce, of course, was at first base during Armando Galarraga's near-perfect game, and if he wasn't well-respected enough before that game, he earned a ton of respect the day after when he moved behind the plate. June 3rd of 2010, Galarraga and the Tigers were there to meet him and shake his hand, and it was a tearful day behind the plate for Jim Joyce. But, guys, think about this. He's also seen some pretty good All-Star games. His first in '94 was at thriller that the National League came back to win, thanks in large part to a Fred McGriff game-time home run in the 9th. They won it in the 10th. He'll be there in Kansas City next week.
Thank you, Tom. Chris Volstad leads things off. And look, we talked about it last night. I don't know if there's a better umpire than Jim Joyce and a more stand-up guy than Jim Joyce. As Volstad hits one in the air to right, Jason Hayward's going to track it down. And I love that shot of Miguel Cabrera, and I think that was Victor Martinez.
I was just going to say that really grabbed me. Was even after the umpire meeting broke up and the Tigers are taking the field, those two guys giving him a little slap on his chest protector. I know that meant a lot to him, but he's as good as it gets. There are a lot of good umpires in baseball, but there's none better than Jim Joyce, and congratulations to him. He deserves it.
Volstad flies to right. Now the top of the order, David DeJesus. He flying out to left to start the game for Chicago. A Chipper Jones RBI hit has given Jair Jurgens an early lead, and he's pitching very effectively tonight.
Jair got the ground ball he needed last inning, the comebacker to start the double play. Hopefully that's a sign of some more ground balls to come.
Oh, ground ball ate up Freddie Freeman. A bad hop. And DeJesus, a one-out single. Miss those, Dale?
Well, I think I said it before. I'd have led the league in fielding if my chest didn't wear out. I didn't catch many with my glove.
It's a big league bad hop right there.
Yes, it is.
So DeJesus, who's missed a few days with a sore neck, has his first base hit of the series and is aboard in front of Starlin Castro. The Cubs shortstop struck out in the first.
Sometimes it's not so much the bad hop on the one that comes to you, it's the next one that starts messing with your mind a little bit. What's this one going to do?
Broken bat. Ugla. Bad throw. And the ball in shallow left field. DeJesus is going to get waved around from third, and he's going to score. Game tied 1-1. Fielder's choice E4, and DeJesus scores from first. Castro all the way to second on the Ugla throw.
Boy, that was a bad one. Tried to hurry it a little bit, and it didn't have enough on the throw to get to Martin in time to give him a chance to hold the runner at third. It just died out on the wet grass.
Well, Dan Ugla would like a do-over on that one. The old theory in a double play is you get one, it's a bonus if you get two.
Now Jurgens has Castro on a run down. The throw back to second, and the tag. And Starlin's back safely at second.
Boy, what a dive.
How did he avoid that one? Good to see that one again.
A lot of times an infielder, even by missing, he might hold the glove up to the umpire from that angle and make it look like he tagged him. But when Andrelton went back after him, it was obvious he missed him.
So 2 on, 1 out. Here's one of those scenarios I think Chipper was talking about earlier. Braves have hit okay tonight. They've pitched pretty well, but they're having trouble catching the baseball. 4 errors in the last 2 games and 3 innings defensively. Fly ball to right. And Hayward comes in and makes the play.
Yeah, after asking for more ground balls, I was ready for some more fly balls after those last 2 plays.
Jurgen's happy to get it. And the second out recorded by Hayward in the inning. So bad hop ground ball. A fielder's choice, an error on Uggla. A comebacker to the mound. Great slide by Castro to keep his position alive at second base. And now LaHare hits with 2 on and 2 out in a tie game. And he lines one over second. Castro around third is going to score without a throw. And Chicago has the lead. LaHare an all-star too, and he's just knocked in his 29th run.
I believe we talked about LaHare when we were in Chicago being a first ball fastball hitter the whole series. And here's another case in point. This time it's an RBI single.
Yeah, I like what Tom Glavine, I've heard him say before, is it's okay to throw fastballs first pitch fastball hitters, but not hittable.
Yeah, you got to make them. You want them to swing.
Yeah, and that ball was on the outer half, but you got to make it off the plate.
2 in, 2 on, 2 out. Pickoff play and a close play. Rizzo safely back at second.
Another quick move. Andrelton bit the dirt there. If he hadn't,
he might have had a shot.
He might have gotten him. Dyer's made 11 pitches this inning to 6 batters.
And now trails in the game. Line drive left center field. That'll get down. Rizzo around third. Bourne loads up. Will not have a play. It's 3-1 Cubs.
Four first pitch swings this inning. Clevenger had a good night last night. 2 for 4.
Now he has a 5-game hitting streak. Remember, the Cubs are playing their best baseball of the season. They've won 4 in a row. That's a season high win streak. And their run of good play has stretched out to the last week. They've won 6 of their last 7 coming in. They just finished a 5-1 homestand at Wrigley Field. Three runs, 6 hits for Chicago as Darwin Barney hits. And he too swings the first pitch. And Bourne having a little trouble. Recovers and makes the play.
Lost it.
That could have been disaster. But Michael Bourne hauls it in and saved at least 1 run. The Cubs, though, score 3 times in the third and take a 3-1 lead. Brought to you in part by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by AT&T Uverse, by Delta Airlines, and by Toyota. Well, just like that, the Cubs have taken their first lead. It's a 3-1 game. How many pitches for Jurgens in the third?
13 pitches to 8 guys. 6 to the first 2 and 6 to the next. 7 to the next 6 guys.
And 300 runs. They all count as JJ rolls out to second for the first out of this third inning. Five straight retired by Volstead. Now Joe, he's the man with the lead.
That's got to help his confidence. Trying to snap this long dry spell, but it's up to the Braves hitters to try to cover up those defensive lapses.
Like that young man was covering up his head. A big empty popcorn bucket.
Oh no, there's still popcorn in there.
Oh.
You just couldn't see it.
Keeping his popcorn dry.
We had a 52-minute rain delay officially. But it rained about an hour before our scheduled first pitch. This game got started at 8:02 Eastern Time. Two and two to Michael, who walked on 4 pitches and scored on Chipper Jones' 2-out single. That was in the first inning.
One of the things that's a little discouraging is we talked about Chipper saying all 3 phases, pitching, hitting, and defense, have to show up every night. Really, when you look at the course of the season, pitching and hitting isn't going to be there every night, but defense should be. Smart defense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the
Braves
Braves
are going to make errors, but smart defense.
Braves have been a good defensive club all year.
Yeah.
Base is clear, 2 outs in time for our McDonald's fan of the game. She's got some patriotic spirit, all decked out in the red, white, and blue tonight.
Got her a bag of peanuts. What's better than that? Let's maybe some meatloaf and mashed potatoes up here for later.
I vote for that.
Back to your point, Dale, about the defense you can be pitching and hitting your tail off, but if you're playing bad defense, you still look bad. There's nothing makes a team look worse.
Good point.
Even when you're playing well in some other facets than sloppy defense.
That's off Volstad's glove, and Castro can't come up cleanly. That's an infield hit for Martin Prado. Came in 7th in the National League with a .320 batting mark.
And he's now hit in 9 straight. Big breaking ball and a 6'8" reach. Not enough.
Well, one mighty swing from Jason Hayward, we'd be tied, and he's hit a couple of career homers against Volstad. Tonight he's grounded out to first. A tricky play handled by Rizzo at first base.
Chris Volstad had a great mentor when he was in high school. Jim Palmer, the Hall of Famer, was in Florida conducting a clinic or some kind of operation like that at the high school field where Volstad went, and Volstad caught his eye, and he befriended him and worked with him a lot in high school. That helped him become a #1 pick out of Palm Beach Gardens High School. That's getting some good coaching.
That caught a corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Prado runs, and Hayward hits one a mile toward left, but it's playable for Soriano, and Alfonso's there to make the catch. Volstad has a 3-1 lead as his Cubs go back to work in the 4th inning.
A real ugly inning. As you see on our Blimpie game summary, the Cubs get 3 unearned runs in the 3rd inning. They sent 8 men to the plate, and Jurgens threw just 13 pitches.
A lot of first pitch hacks. And then this throwing error by Dan Uggla certainly didn't help. That plated 1 run. LaHare, a first pitch swing, plated another. Clevenger, first pitch swing, plated another. Two out hits.
So JJ back to work with Valbuena, Volstad, and De Jesus trailing 3-1. Ground ball. Andrelton and short. Makes the peg, 1 out. Fans, we've got a great steal of the week for you tonight. You can get a Dale Murphy replica jersey with the purchase of an upper box ticket during the Mets series. Those tickets are $20 for the July 13th and 14th games and $15 for the July 15th date. So visit Braves.com/steal right now.
And it is a replica jersey. That it's not one that smells like mothballs that they pulled out of the storeroom.
There you go, right there. Get them while they last.
I still love the blue body, white sleeve jersey you guys wore, or white with blue
with the feather
on the
yeah.
sleeve. That was an awesome uniform.
Volstad swings and misses. 2 outs.
Well, a couple of years ago, well, more than a couple of years ago, but 5 or 6 years ago, they had the retro unis, and they brought that uni back, and my kids saw it on TV. And my kids were, Dad, that should be their full-time uni.
Yeah.
That is the greatest looking uni. It was a good looking uniform. Then we went into a couple of phases that weren't too attractive, but then we got baby blue, and it seemed to be popular. More popular now than it was then.
Everybody went baby blue, though.
Yeah,
you're right.
I mean, the Phillies. The Cardinals of all people.
Well, it's the color jacket I wore to the prom. It was, well, wait a minute. That was the 70s. Yeah, it was popular for about 10 years.
I think my dad had a tux that color, too. Ruffled shirt.
Oh, yeah.
It's color coordination right there.
Nice.
De Jesus 1 for 2 with the runs scored tonight. You look at the board and see Jurgens' pitch count, 52 pitches, 40 strikes. A lot of contact with some of those strikes. Including 6 Cubs hits. That's pulled. Foul past first. That was close.
Good hustle by the ball boy. Good ups.
Good agility.
When he goes to the combine, they'll ask him to use the chair, jump with.
Yes. And the Gazoo helmet. Up the middle and through. Jesus, a 2-hit game. His 19th multi-hit affair.
It's been 14 hitters since a Cubs batter has seen more than 4 pitches. They are on the attack.
Jurgens gets a new baseball. 55 pitches, as you see. Mets are beating the Phillies tonight 9-1. Washington beating the Giants 8-2. Braves are trailing the Cubs 3-1 with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. That's the East up to the minute. Marlins lost in Milwaukee today, 13-12 at Miller Park.
After making a huge comeback to tie the game at 11-all, and then it went extra innings, and I'm guessing Miami took a 12-11 lead and then lost 13-12.
Wow.
There's been a lot of talk about Zach Greinke and whether or not he might be available at the trade deadline, that Milwaukee may be ready to move him. And you know what? They're making some noise. I don't know how available he's going to be, because that's 4 straight wins for the Brewers. And they're now only 4 games under 500.
And only 7 out of first. And Trey Vincius, our producer, says it was Aramis Ramirez who hit a game-winning homer. And Livan Hernandez picked up the win for Milwaukee today.
Good for him.
One count to Castro. Runner goes. The pitch is lined down the right side and into the seats. Foul.
The nice thing for Dale Swaim right now, something he's not altogether used to with this club, is that with a lead and having already won 4 in a row, he can take some chances, send some guys, and try to manufacture some more runs. Be aggressive.
Gets to manage, really.
Yeah. The fun part.
Chipper at third, tricky hop, close play, and not in time. Castro safely aboard. Infield hit.
Couldn't find it. Oh.
Yeah, I thought he had him anyway.
Great stretch.
Chipper thought he dropped it.
I think he beat it. That other view looked like maybe the ball got in there, but not sure that it did.
So be careful here with Anthony Rizzo. Different looking hitter than the man we saw with San Diego.
Much different. Cubs have had a runner in scoring position every inning, and they are 3 for 8 already.
Off his thumbs to second. Uggla's got it and makes the play to first. Chicago gets a couple of 2-out hits and leaves both runners stranded. Braves bats go to work, down 3-1 in the 4th.
Jones is an all-star. It's time to get to your computer and vote for Michael Bourne. That's what Chipper will do.
Mike Bourne has been our most valuable player this year. He's jump-started our offense time and time again. And when he came over to shake my hand to congratulate me, I told him he was coming with. So we got to get him there.
Chipper learned during batting practice from Frank Wren that he was going to Kansas City as an all-star, and now Mike will be one of 4 that can be voted in. Voting ends Thursday at 4 o'clock. Chipper?
He's in the batter's box, but I'll answer for you, Tom. There you see the 4 National League All-Star final vote choices. And the voting at MLB.com ends Thursday at 4 p.m. I misspoke earlier. Unlike the original voting, which showed the ability to just vote 25 times for your favorite player, this voting's unlimited. You can vote as many times as you want. So get on the computer and stuff the ballot boxes for Michael Bourne like the fans in San Francisco did, because I agree with Chipper. That guy is most deserving of making the National League All-Star team.
Braves fans and fans around the country.
How about Chipper going the other way with his second hit?
Thing of beauty. There are times, Dale, where I think a lot of the hitters in the Braves lineup aren't willing to do this, and that is take a single. He cut down on his swing, got a breaking ball that he couldn't afford to take because it might be a backdoor strike, and he took his single. I think on many times, on many occasions, some of the hitters, and Freddie Freeman's one, Dan Uggla's one, Brian McCann's one, Jason Hayward another, that at times a single's not enough. They're still taking that big swing and trying to hit the ball a mile.
Yeah, there's a lot of money to be made the other way, I guess, is what a lot of people used to tell me. There's a lot of money over there, a lot of RBIs over there. You know, you get in a situation, guys always say, don't make a mistake in. Well, okay, I'll throw it away. Well, take it. Hit it the other way.
Chipper already has 2 hits. He also has a stolen base, the 150th steal of his career. And T. Robinson says 40's the new 20.
It is for number 10.
Well, Chipper's backing up what he said, too. Look, I'm 40 years old. I'm not playing every day, but I'm coming out here and I'm bringing it. I think he was. I think he smelled a double on that hit. I think he wanted to turn it into a double. Taking an extra base last night, I think, on a ball, as I remember. Being aggressive and still stolen base tonight.
I just like the way he goes about his business at the plate, even when he's behind in the count. And here he was leading off an inning.
Patient at bat for Freeman, made Volstad throw him a strike. 3-1 the count.
We've said it before. They're making game-to-game adjustments and pitcher-to-pitcher adjustments. Nobody's that I've seen is so good at those in-at-bat adjustments.
With his 2 hits tonight, Chipper now 2,663 hits. He's 2 away from Max Carey for 7th place on the all-time switch hitter hit list. Pete Rose, of course, is first. The only other active player on that list is Omar Vizquel, who's at 2,855. He's running again. And a hot shot to Castro, who wins the race to the second base bag and throws on to first. Two outs.
Well, remember last time up, Freddie hit the ball sharply with Chipper at second base, and he hit it right at Castro, who was playing him up the middle. Same thing here.
Well, Chipper tried to take him out, but the ball was so well hit he had time to recover from Chipper's sliding. And, you just got to stay aggressive. That's aggressive baseball. That's good baseball. Chipper's setting the tone tonight.
Absolutely, he is.
Pulled foul by Dan Douglas. Strike one to the Braves second baseman, who flied to center. He's averaged down to .233 with 9 hits in his last 76 at bats. Popped up. Rizzo drifting back. Barney. And it's going to be the first baseman. Barney may have said something to Anthony, but first baseman made the catch, and we're through 4 innings. July 3rd in Atlanta. Up 3-3-1. The 5th inning, 3-1 is our score, and a look at our Jamison Inn upcoming schedule.
And after losing the first game of this series, the last two certainly become important before the Braves head up to Philadelphia. Delgado and Mahalam, then Minor and Garza. Mahalam beat the Braves 1-0 in Chicago.
Soriano, Laher, and Clevenger coming up.
That's a pretty good pitch.
Two and two. No swing and a full count.
One of his best fastballs of the night right there at 91.
Yep.
Can use a 1-2-3 inning. As Soriano could do is fight it off.
Line drive left field. That'll one hop to Martin Prado. And Soriano has his first base hit of the game. That's the 9th Cubs hit.
That one was out over the plate, a breaking ball that really was more like a hanger, just kind of hung out over the middle of the plate, didn't bite down and away like he wanted it to.
I thought Tommy Hansen last night had great location against Soriano last night. Threw a lot of breaking stuff away. He's your typical, like most guys, you got to crowd him and soft stuff away. Not that stuff down the middle. You can handle that.
Here's Brian LaHare, the Cubs right fielder. He's a very athletic young man whose best sport, he said, might have been basketball. LaHare grew up in Worcester, Massachusetts, where he went to Holy Name Central Catholic High School. His basketball coach, J.P. Ricciardi, the old general manager of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Huh. I was listening to some people talk about a hitter, and I can't remember who it was, about this person in the big leagues not being a very good breaking ball hitter, that people were constantly throwing him breaking balls and getting him out, and that was the book on him. And then it started me thinking about how I've never heard of any major league hitter ever being accused of being a great breaking ball hitter, but he sure can't hit the fastball. So they just keep pounding him with fastballs. Yeah. That never happens. You don't get to the big leagues unless you can hit a fastball.
Well, it took this guy long enough to get here and stay here, and he's certainly having a big year with the Cubs. 13 home runs, 29 RBIs, made it to the All-Star game. To some internet reports, this guy might be a trade target. With the Dodgers not getting the approval of Carlos Lee, apparently they've been scouting Brian LaHare of the Cubs to try to improve their offense.
Well, the Cubs are in a good position for that. He's playing out of position, having to play right field with Rizzo here now, and it gives them a couple more weeks to kind of evaluate Rizzo. And all points are looking like he's going to stay. He's swinging the bat real well, so you've got an extra commodity there that might help your club in a deal.
And the Dodgers need the help. They've lost 12 of their last 14 games. They are getting Matt Kemp back on a rehab tonight. He's beginning to come back from his hamstring problems. But LA has hit one home run since June 12th.
My.
This guy would certainly help that offense.
One
since
June 12th.
Home run at home. And their big lead out west is gone. Steve Clevenger's the Cubs catcher. He's been swinging a hot bat. That's why he's playing tonight. He has an RBI single already this evening. He's our Delta Airlines on deck hitter.
Well, Giovanni Soto having to do a lot of watching after coming back from the disabled list. You never know, he might be a tradable commodity if Clevenger keeps hitting.
Soriano's running. The pitch high. The throw to second will short hop Simmons. And Alfonso Soriano with his second stolen base of the year.
Maybe it was just my perspective, Dale, but it looked like he was leaning so far towards second like a dead giveaway, but didn't draw a throw. No, it was just my angle. He had a little flinch there, but from where I was, it looked like he was leaning a lot more than he actually was. Good jump.
Yeah, he had a good jump. It might be those bad knees just making him look like he's leaning.
LaHare hits one toward left. Prado backpedals, makes the catch. Soriano fakes a tag and heads back to second base. 1 out. Hope you'll plan a men's night out at Turner Field with the new Braves Buddy Pack. Get as many as 12 tickets to a game, and every ticket comes preloaded with a $15 credit for food and drinks. Visit Braves.com/buddy today to get your Buddy Pack tickets. Could be a ladies' night out, too, for that matter. Get as many as 12 friends together for a big night here at the ballpark. Ball 1 to Clevenger. A shortstop in the minor leagues, converted to catching. A 7th-round pick back in 2006. Broken bat pop. Andrelton will catch that. That helps. 2 outs. And Darwin Barney, the hitter.
Hey, JJ's pitching his tail off here. He gave up the 3 unearned runs in the 3rd inning because of the defensive mistakes. But he's pitched out of a lot of trouble. Made good pitches when he needed to, like last inning when he gave up a couple of singles with 2 out. Just got to get the bats going for him.
Barney has a 2nd inning hit.
Barney made a couple plays in the field last night, didn't he?
Outstanding, yeah.
And he's over 60 straight games, I think.
Last night was 66.
Long throw by Chipper from third base. And Jurgens pitches around a leadoff hit for Alfonso Soriano. Lower third of the order up for the Braves, who trail 3-1. Baseman has had a good defensive series.
Last night he made a play to his right. Nice diving stop. And got Andrelton Simmons. Then he went to his left. Great diving stop. And then Dan Uggla will remember this. This play ended his hitting streak. His last at bat last summer against the Cubs.
That's amazing. Amazing catch.
Those 2 plays last night, if I'm not mistaken, were back-to-back hitters.
They were.
So Brian McCann leads off the Atlanta 5th. McCann hitting 7th, Simmons 8th, Jurgens scheduled 9th. There was activity in the Braves bullpen, but Johnny Venters has sat down. And a line drive to left. Maybe that's going to get Brian going.
Yeah, baby. That is a great sign right there. Pitch up and away from him. He didn't try to pull it.
Yep. Swings don't get any better than that right there.
So that breaks an 0 for 14 streak for Bryant. And Andrelton Simmons represents the tying run.
Nice easy swing too. That was beautiful.
Ground ball the other way, but there's Barney. And the play to first will be late. Well, the folks in Breon playing in the Curacao area enjoyed that sequence. 2 on, nobody out.
That's why you hustle down the line. That's why you never take anything for granted. And Andrelton didn't. Barney thought he might have a play at second, and it cost him. Got a little greedy.
My first thought was great decision. Look at it and see if you got him at second. my second thought was, should have never looked. But you know, last night with the play with Castro and Ugla ran the ball out as hard as he could. Andrelton Simmons there, seemingly routine ground ball to second in the hole a little bit, but busted down the line. That's big right there.
And Freddie Gonzalez will take down Jair Jurgens here after 5 innings of 9 hit, 3 runs, no earned baseball. Eric Hinsky digs in against Volstad. Ball 1.
I think JJ might be a little frustrated, probably thinking maybe I could go up there and bunt, stay in this game. I mean, he's okay. I'm just saying he probably thinks, man, he's pitching well, no earned runs. It's a thought.
Get another inning out of him anyway, maybe 2.
Well, I like the way this one's going so far.
He still might be the pitcher of record if the Braves can put a big inning together. And he's pitcher of record on the good side.
Hinsky wasn't sure, but takes a strike.
Boxtrack says it was a good pitch. Low strikes from sinker ball pitchers, though, always look lower.
And Hinsky walks to load the bases. Second walk of the game for the Cubs starter. And now the top of the order, Michael Bourne with nobody out.
He hadn't walked a batter since the first batter of the ball game. And Michael Bourne came around to score on a base hit by Chipper with 2 out. This is where, when Chipper's talking about Michael Bourne being, in his opinion, the MVP of the team, he not only has been the table setter for the Braves, he's also driven in a lot of runs. He's got 29 RBIs. And has been clutch with runners in scoring position.
Michael hitting 288 in that statistic.
And it might be one of the tops on the team in that category.
So vote Michael Bourne indeed for the All-Star game.
That many RBIs out of the leadoff slot. It's a tough thing to do.
less than 2 outs. Michael even better, 3.33 average. Down the right field line. It is fair and into the corner. McCain scores. Simmons scores. Here comes Hinske. The Diesel will score. It's a triple for Bourne, and the Braves have the lead.
Well, I was just thinking he walked Hinske, so a leadoff hitter probably going to watch the first one. See if he's still a little while. The ball was up, but the way Michael's swinging, he's ready to hit every pitch. Got on top of that one.
And a good high fastball hitter for a left-handed hitter.
And 32 RBIs now. 4-3 Braves. Runner at third. Nobody out. Martin Prado's sniffing an RBI.
That person that sent us that tweet, Mr. Dimmery, said he can't do it by himself. That's kind of the way Bourne is with hitting with runners in scoring position. He needs some of his teammates to chip in.
Well, I mentioned JJ might like to hit to bunt him over. I think what Freddie's thinking is we need a big inning. I'm not going to play for a couple.
No complaining from the starting pitcher at this moment.
Yep.
He's in line to win now.
Dale, runner at third, less than 2 outs. What was your thought when you went to the plate? What were you looking for? What did you want to do?
Well, the pitcher's always trying to throw you something off speed to get you out front so you can dribble something to the left side of the infield. So you try to lay off the soft stuff away, which was a challenge for me. Try to get something elevated.
Were you thinking about, I want to drive the ball in the outfield, or I just want to hit the ball hard?
You're trying to stay away from the corners. You know, you're just trying to think up the middle as hard as you can, infield in. You just got to do your best not to pull it. And typically they're going to brush you back, throw something in, and throw something soft away. He's got a base open, although he's got Jason Hayward coming up. But yeah, that's what you always try to do. Stay away from, he's going to try to throw soft stuff away, get you to roll over, get a weak ground ball to the left side.
In the air to center. That'll get the job done. Tagging is Bourne. Sack fly, RBI for Martin Prado. It's 5-3.
Martin did a good job of some of that off-speed stuff early in the bat. He fouled away, fought it off a little bit, got a pitch to drive there. Good job.
As we watch this sacrifice fly, and it was a pretty good sinker.
Yeah.
We showed that graphic earlier tonight of the struggles over the last 39 games for the Braves, numbers 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Where that especially, I think, comes into play is how well Michael Bourne and Martin Prado have hit. Those guys are on base. They're driving in runs. That's number 33 for Martin, but they're on base all the time.
Jason Hayward unloads. Deep left center. It's out of here.
There's your proverbial 2-iron. Wow. He's got that stance so far away from the plate, Joe, that every pitcher's got to be thinking, I can throw it there.
Yeah, and they keep throwing in his happy zone.
Yes.
Jason Hayward has 4 career hits against Chris Volstad. 3 of them are homers. And that 2-iron shot makes it a 6-3 game and ends Volstad's night. Remember, he's lost 11 straight Major League games. Manny Corpus on for the Cubs as the Braves have a big 5th inning working. Bottom of the 5th inning, Jason Hayward's home run chased Chris Volstad. And now right-hander Manny Corpus is on to face Chipper Jones, who's a perfect 2 for 2 at the plate.
A lot of sliders from this guy. And only his 12th game. Got called up from Iowa on June 6th.
Corpus, you might recall, was the Rockies' closer in 2007. He had the lowest ERA for a reliever in Colorado Rockies franchise history that year. A 2.08 mark in 78 games. He saved 19 that season. His good work led the Rockies to their lone World Series appearance against the Red Sox. And Chipper goes the other way again. He's got a double this time, and he's 3 for 3.
What a night. I'd say he's fired up about this selection to the All-Star team for the National League. Stayed on that sidearm pitch. Corpus missed all of last year, recovering from Tommy John surgery.
Carbon copy of that last at bat too.
Well, this whole inning started with Brian McCann's sweet swing to left field.
So a Chipper at second. The Cubs will take the bat out of the hands of Freddie Freeman and try to set up a double play.
Yeah, he's fired up about tonight. He ought to be. Named to the All-Star team, extended his hitting streak to 10 games. Only the second Brave in history to do that, past the age of 40, joining Robert Rabbit Moranville, and his average is up over 300.
When he said it in spring training, you know, when he announced his retirement, I'm going to appreciate things a little bit more. I'm going to understand that this is my last go around, and you can sense it. You can feel it. It's fun to watch.
5 runs in the 5th for the Braves, who lead 6-3. And Ugla smokes one to third. Nice play, and the throw to first is in time. Wow. Valbuena took away an extra base hit for Dan Ugla and turned it into a double play. Wow. Big inning, though, for the Braves. The biggest hits, Michael Bourne's bases clearing triple, and Jason Hayward's 13th home run. 6-3 now Atlanta as we head to the 6th inning. Luis Valbuena is the hitter. He's 0 for 2. Takes a strike at the knees.
That was a nice play by the Cubs third baseman.
Roller out short. And there's the first out of the 6th inning.
He was really guarding the line too, wasn't he, Dale?
Yes, he was. And I thought it was, it's a good pick right here, but he threw off his wrong foot. I mean, it was maybe not off his wrong foot, it was just a little off balance. Got some good steam on that ball over to first. Good play.
Well, he might have a chance to play a lot for the Cubs. Ian Stewart, remember him?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have left wrist surgery. His wrist has been bothering him all year. It's exploratory surgery. They don't know what's wrong, and he may be lost for at least 2 months for Chicago. That'll bring up Joe Mather. Joe was with the Braves, you might recall. And he looks at a called strike.
He got off to a red hot start, but he's cooled some recently.
Did he go? Yes, he did. And Mather is down on strikes. 2 outs. First strikeout for Medlin. We have 2 more games with the Cubs on this homestand. We play the Phillies on the road before the All-Star break, and then right after the break, we're back home here at Turner Field starting Friday, July 13th with the New York Mets coming to town. Michael Bourne and the rest of the Braves will battle David Wright and the New York Mets. Call 800-745-3000 or visit braves.com/tickets today. In a Major League season that has been full of surprises so far in 2012, I don't think anybody had the New York Mets at the All-Star break being as competitive and as close to first place as they are.
And they thumped the Phillies tonight, 11-1. And they've had a lot of injuries too, Chip, that they've overcome. They've had a ton of personnel changes, guys coming and going from AAA to the big leagues and back up again. And I think Terry Collins has done a super job with that club.
Yes, he has.
Johan Santana, of course, with the first no-hitter in the history of the Mets. And R.A. Dickey. What a remarkable story that man has been for New York. So we'll see the Mets right after the All-Star break. New York in first. Then we'll take a peek at the Giants. San Francisco in for 3 games. July 17th, 18th, and 19th.
And remember, they didn't re-sign Jose Reyes, and Tejada was their replacement shortstop, and then he got hurt and was on the DL for quite some time. Ike Davis wasn't hitting a lick at first base, and yet they just kept plodding along. And they got everybody's attention when they swept the Braves to start the season in New York.
Ball, 2 strikes to David De Jesus. Georgia Power customers can take advantage of Georgia Power's refrigerator recycling program. Free pickup for your second working refrigerator or freezer. You also get $50. To second. And Medlin, a good job.
What if they give me $50 if I went next door to my neighbor's house and gave Georgia Power their refrigerator?
Why don't you try it, see what happens, and report back. Braves' fifth is the decisive inning of the game so far. 2 very big Atlanta hits.
And it might have been real timely as it's begun to rain again. But a bases loaded, no out triple by Michael Bourne really opened the floodgates. Martin Prado got Bourne in, and then Jason Hayward with his 13th homer the other way.
So Rafael Dolis becomes the 3rd Cubs pitcher in the game.
Now this guy, when we were in Chicago, they were lauding him as the heir apparent to closer Carlos Marmol, because Marmol was so wild and had problems. Well, look at this guy, 17 walks versus 11 strikeouts in 26 and a third inning. So apparently he encountered some control problems of his own, and in fact got sent back to AAA after we left Chicago. But here he is back.
Marmol has pitched a whole lot better in his last 7 or 8 outings, but it's not time for him. It's time for Dolis with the lower 3rd for Atlanta. Brian McCann started that big 5th inning with an opposite field single and scored on the Bourne triple.
I don't remember if Valbuena was playing more towards shortstop when Brian got that last hit. But at least he's not overshifted quite as much.
And there's the wildness of Dolis. A leadoff walk to Brian McCann, and he does that on 4 pitches. Good start to the 6th inning. Andrelton Simmons is coming up, and it's time for our AT&T Uvers trivia question. Darwin Barney's 66-game errorless streak is the longest active streak at second base. What Brave has the longest errorless streak at second base?
Okay, I need a clarification. Would that be an Atlanta Brave? It's an all-time Brave. Okay. Since we're so hot on the trivia question, this may take some time.
First name for Mark Lemmer. Lemmer pops
Yeah.
out immediately, doesn't it?
Glenn Hubbard.
Yep.
Felix Mian.
I had Lemke and Mian so far.
Deep short. Castro. Barney dropped it on the transfer. And that's the first out.
Now there you go. See, he made the catch one-handed. His right hand was nowhere near the glove, so by the time he brought the two together, they didn't match up very well. He couldn't get it out cleanly. Usually that throwing hand is right
there
at the glove to slide it out.
Chris Medlin a chance to hit now. A misting rain falling at the ballpark. That was anything but the story an hour before our scheduled first pitch. The skies opened up and it was pouring. So much so it was difficult to see the buildings out in the fan plaza.
Yeah, it looked like midnight and it was 6 o'clock.
I was impressed by the sound the flags were making. They were blowing so hard. It sounded like a freight train just from the flapping flags. It's not easy to say. Flapping.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Yep.
There's some speed bumps in broadcasting, Dale.
Flapping flags, and get those Murphy jerseys. They're selling like flapjacks.
Yeah.
Better stop there. Up and away to Medley. 3 balls, no strikes. Now Castro in to talk to Dolis.
If he throws a strike here, we got a 3-run lead. Good time to hit and run. Chris Medlin makes contact.
I like it. I like that a lot.
Not hit and run. I mean, just send the runner. Hit and run, whatever you want to call it, 3-1.
Chris can hit a little. Got robbed of a hit already on this homestand.
That one pops away from Clevenger. It's a walk. And Andrelton, a big turnaround second, will stop there. And so another opportunity for Michael Bourne to hit with runners in scoring position. That's our SunTrust solid performance.
Well, that's exactly what we were talking about as he came up with the bases loaded. He's been very good in that situation.
Three hits for Bourne, a .306 average, and 32 runs batted in. And Michael, with his 2 runs tonight, is up to 55 runs scored. Think about that. He's driven in 32. He scored 55, and we're not to the midway point yet.
Tomorrow.
A familiar story for Cubs fans. Dolis struggling to throw strikes.
And you just don't get any borderline calls if you're all over the place. And that fastball was 95. Former Brave Jairo Asensio loosening up.
3 walks in the inning, and the bases are loaded with 1 out.
Chris Bosio, the pitching coach for the Cubs, joined their staff this year under that man, Dale Swaim, and one of the things he instituted right away was with his pitchers, he wanted them to pitch inside.
Well, Dolis will have a chance to pitch inside. Inside the clubhouse. part by Ford, by the Home Depot, and by AT&T. Back in Atlanta, rainy night in Georgia, and the runs are raining down for Atlanta. They've scored 6 tonight, including 5 in the 5th inning, and lead the Chicago Cubs by a 6-3 score. Next Tuesday, don't miss the biggest event of the summer. Baseball's greatest stars battle for home field advantage in the Fall Classic. The road to the World Series starts with the 2012 MLB All-Star Game next Tuesday at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on Fox. Braves fans, you know you have the final say. Vote for Michael Bourn as the final National League All-Star. Log on to Braves.com. Vote as often as you can, as often as you like. Michael Bourn could be the final vote getter for that final All-Star slot, and the balloting stops at 4 p.m. this Thursday.
I like the talk about how there was kind of an agreement between Kansas City Royals fans and Braves fans. Jonathan Broxton is on that list of people who could be voted in the American League, and he's a Georgia native. Royals fans would vote for Michael if Braves fans will vote for Broxton. Sounds like a winner.
Somehow, some way. It'd be a shame if Michael is not there. Wow.
1 ball, no strikes to Prado. Bases loaded, 1 out.
Jairo Asensio was with Cleveland. They got him from the Braves, and then the Cubs claimed him on waivers June 1, and he's gotten off to a pretty good start with the Cubs so far. Sinker, slider, split. A lot of split finger pitches.
Another man with more walks than strikeouts out of his Cubs pen.
Led the International League last year with Gwinnett with 26 saves.
The 3-0 pitch. A bases loaded walk. Simmons scores. Medlin to third. Bourn to second. It's 7-3. The Cubs have thrown 20 pitches to the Braves hitters this inning. They've thrown 3 strikes. And now Hayward can do maximum damage.
When Jason's swinging good, that's just not that bad a pitch. Sinker ball, low and away. Volstad's probably thinking to himself, that wasn't that bad a pitch, but here in the big leagues, sometimes they always hit your mistakes. Sometimes they hit your pitch. Jason's hitting a lot of good pitches.
But Jason's been doing that for the better part of a month, of taking advantage of those pitches away that he likes and driving them. And tonight we're seeing Brian McCann, at least one at bat, do the same thing, go the other way with a pitch out away from him, and then drew a nice walk his last time up. Some patience. Wasn't in a big hurry to swing at a bad pitch. I've said before, Dale, that sometimes you can tell if how a guy's taking pitches.
Yeah.
If he's seeing the ball well, or if he's
check swinging a lot.
Yes.
Just off balance.
Exactly.
When he's not. You're right. That's a good point.
Fought off a tough pitch.
Another split. Going down and in. Clevenger hasn't been in the big leagues that long, but he has already figured out that good idea not to go low and away to Jason Hayward when you get ahead of him and try to put him away.
Popped up. Foul ground. Valbuena over near the Cubs dugout will have room. And Jason pops out. That's the second out of the inning. Here's Chipper Jones. Home Depot tools from the dugout.
Dropped that one in front of DeJesus. Drove in a run. Stole a base. Double to left. There's the double. First one was a single. 3 for 3 tonight. With an RBI and a swipe.
Chance to take a trip down memory lane for Chipper tonight. That's the date of his last 4-hit game. Four walks issued by the Cubs in this 6th inning. One of them led to the 7th Atlanta run. And now Chipper rips it into the right field corner. Medlin scores. Bourne scores. Prado around third. He's going to try. The throw to the plate is going to be not in time. He's having an all-star kind of night.
Fastball down the middle. He didn't miss it.
Yeah, and you talk about guys being able to hit it foul pole to foul pole. That's pretty much what we've seen tonight out of Chipper. What a night.
What a slide by Martin. 3-run triple for Bourne. 3-run double for Chipper. 4 for 4 night. 4 RBIs.
So 4 hits for Chipper. You see his first since '09. That does tie him with Max Carey for the 7th most hits by a switch hitter in baseball history. Freddie down, no balls, 2 strikes.
People, you got to get out here and see this. This is a lot of fun to watch, I'll tell you.
Now Chipper closing in on Mike Schmidt. He's 1 away from the former Philly great. And he's just 2 away from tying George Brett for the most RBIs by a third baseman ever in baseball.
Be nice for him to be able to walk up to George and shake his hand in Kansas City and say, how's it feel to be in second place?
Five in the 5th, 4 here in the 6th. And the Cubs defenders must feel like they've been on the field for a month. Elise gives up 3 runs on 3 walks in 1/3 of an inning.
No hits.
Ouch. To the ERA. And 3-2. Every manager will tell you there's nothing they can do to manage around bases on balls. Braves have been issued 6 of them in the 5th and 6th inning combined, and that's the 7th.
Well, here's our guy Ugla. Hit a rocket his last time up. He was the 9th batter to come to the inning, and he hit into that double play on the good play by Valbuena. Braves have batted around again. You'd just as soon not be the last out this inning.
Two on, two out. And Asensio wants to make sure of the signs. Strike one. That's headed for the corner. And Soriano will chase it down. Strike one to Dan Ugla.
They may have Valbuena playing Ugla in foul territory in a minute. Although, of course, that's not allowed. See, I guess this is why I said what I did earlier about I don't really think about or worry about Dan Ugla, because he's squaring up some balls. He may not be getting a ton of hits, and he's striking out some, but there's some at bats like this that make you realize he's still on fastballs.
Well, the last ground ball he hit to third was right on the nose. He's hit 2 foul balls. Like you said, that's 3 in a row. Rockets. A lot of times you get in a slump, something's slow, something's behind. Not Dan Ugla.
Well, Dan said it himself on this homestand when we interviewed him after he had the night off. He said, I'm the kind of hitter that will swing myself out of slumps and sometimes swing myself into slumps. But he's been through it before. He knows his game, and we saw evidence of that last season. With a huge second half. Got off to a much better start this year for the Braves. And takes that pitch chin high. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
His Junes were very similar last year to this. Last year he started getting it turned around in July at 293 in July. Thanks to all the walks. Oh, missed one there. Thanks to all the walks, Braves have 10 runs on only 9 hits. By my count, 4 of the runs that have scored have come from walks. And Dolis and Asensio this inning, 41 pitches combined.
How about this at bat?
Yeah, he's had a good. He's fought off a couple. I think they're splitters. Probably a couple that you're right, Joe. That he would rather try it again. He missed a hanger. Laid off a tough slider away there. Pulled a couple fastballs foul hard.
And that was over his head. Another walk. And another bases loaded opportunity. This one, however, belongs to Brian McCann.
Six walks in the inning. Asensio, when he joined the Cubs, was unscored upon in his first 4 outings. But coming into this one, he'd given up 4 runs in his last 6 games. And so far, only one of the runs has been charged to him, but he's given up a double and 3 walks.
Bryant has singled, walked, scored, and struck out. And that missed. Ball 1.
Scramble here by Clevenger, who was fortunate that that ball hit his glove, just trying to backhand it.
Pop fly over the Braves dugout. That's going to reach the seats. 2-1.
Grand slams already in his career. Scott Maine begins to loosen up now in the Cubs pen.
That's hammered foul. She's enjoying the game a lot more than he is.
Well, he has seen that Asensio can't throw the ball by him. He's yanked his best pitch foul a couple of times. He's got to be aware of that split finger pitch. He knows about it. He's caught this guy before. Take him up the middle.
Nice catch down the right field line.
With his chipper jersey on.
High pop, shallow left. Soriano is there and puts it away. Folks, that was a 28-minute inning. 28 minutes. And the Braves score 4 more times. Chipper Jones, a 4-for-4 night with 4 RBIs. He's an all-star, you know. It's 10-3 heading to the 7th.
Jones, 4 hits for him, and then when he arrives in Kansas City next week, he won't be alone. He'll bring in tow Trey, Shea, Tristan, and Matthew. It will be a family affair for the Joneses.
But I'm more excited for my boys, because this is their first one that they're going to, and I can't wait to see the look in their eyes when they see balls sailing out of the ballpark in the home run contest.
And guys, Chipper has fond memories of his first All-Star game in 1996. He took ground balls alongside Hall of Famers Ozzie Smith and Barry Larkin. He said Ozzie was like a globetrotter out in the field, taking ground balls and throwing to second and first without even looking over. He was in awe then, and perhaps next week in Kansas City, some youngster will be in awe of Chipper.
Who will also join Ozzie Smith and Barry Larkin someday in Cooperstown.
I love that description. He was a globetrotter. That was very good.
I've seen Ozzie do that. Man, I had trouble hitting cutoff men within full view. Seen Ozzie do that. Thrown over to first without looking, just catching the ground ball, throwing it over there.
Murph, were you with the Braves when Ozzie made what many feel was the greatest defensive play at shortstop?
Yes, I was, and I've heard him talk about it, and he feels like it was his best player.
That was when he was with San Diego, and I think it was Jeff Burroughs,
Jeff
right?
Burroughs, yeah.
Ball up the middle. Ozzie was diving for the ball, took a bad hop as Castro drives one to right. And Hayward makes the play for the first out. As Ozzie was diving toward the second base bag, the ball hopped and bounced back towards his right shoulder. And if I'm not mistaken, he barehanded that ball, scrambled to his feet, and threw out Jeff Burroughs.
That's exactly what happened. I mean, he made so many good plays, so many acrobatic plays. But I have heard him say that that was his best.
Anthony Rizzo is down a strike. Is that one of those plays, guys, where you say, boy, I'm glad that wasn't me?
That was something else.
In the air to center. And that's the second out. We asked Chipper Jones about his favorite All-Star memory.
Well, my favorite All-Star story was from that first one. I took ground balls at third base, and I looked over and I got Barry Larkin and Ozzie Smith. I came up as a shortstop, so 3 guys that I looked up to when I was growing up were Barry, Ozzie, and Cal Ripken. And I had 2 of them taking ground balls 20 feet to my left. And so I walked over. I was like, I got to take advantage of this. So I walked over and we started talking to Barry. Ozzie was taking ground balls, and as he was taking ground balls, he was having a conversation with us and flipping the ball to second base without even looking, hitting the guy in the chest. And all of a sudden, he said, I want to throw a couple to first. So we were sitting there talking, and he's throwing them to first and he turns and he looks at me and he goes, did I hit him in the chest? I go, yeah, I did. How do you do that? and I looked at Barry and he goes, don't look at me because I can't do that.
Great memory for Chipper Jones, who will make some more at the All-Star game coming up next week in Kansas City. 7th inning stretch. It's 10-3, Atlanta in front. Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Georgia Power, and by Nissan. Braves bats have broken out in a big way. They've been very patient and have cashed in a ton of Cubs walks, 7 in their last 2 innings, and now have a 10-3 lead for Brave starter Jair Jurgens, who went 5 innings tonight. Gave up 3 unearned runs. Atlanta hammered Chris Volstad for 6 runs in 4 innings and a third, and are trying to hand him his 12th consecutive major league defeat.
Yeah, and if you weren't with us, Jair pitched real well and was only taken out of the game because the Braves were mounting their rally in the 5th inning. So they pinch hit for him.
So I'm sure the folks in Curacao have enjoyed the night's proceedings. Native son Jurgens a chance to win it. And their other native son, Andrelton Simmons, is 1 for 3 with 2 runs scored tonight. If you missed the announcement, I believe it was yesterday, Andrelton Simmons named the June Rookie of the Month for the National League.
Not only that, I learned something today. He was named the Defensive Player of the Month by ESPN.
I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
As voted by their panel over the kid Trout from the Angels, and I'm not sure who else was who was nominated, but what a thing for your first month in the big leagues.
That's really nice. I did not hear the ESPN one.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Andrelton Simmons, hitting .327 for the year. He keeps this up. The Rookie of the Year conversation is going to include this guy. Probably already does. And a hot shot toward Valbuena at third. And he makes a good play for the first out. For more on the Braves Curacao connection, again, let's check in with Tom.
All right, thanks, Chip. You know, Andrelton and JJ were on the same youth team growing up. I talked to Andrelton about it today. He described JJ as the stud. He said, I only got a chance to practice behind him back then. He's a few years older than me. He barely acknowledged me. Well, now JJ can acknowledge Andrelton, and everybody watching down in Curacao can appreciate them both on the same team, even when they turned that double play earlier in the game.
Thank you, Tom. Here's Chris Medlin. He gets to bat for a second time tonight.
Truck told me that Brandon Phillips was the other nominee for Defensive Player of the Month. It's a good company.
Yes, it is, and Brandon Phillips' name probably comes up every month as a possible nominee.
Right.
But that's really nice recognition for Andrelton.
Swing by Chris. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now, isn't Chris a switch hitter?
Yes. At least that's what the Braves media guide says.
Yeah, I mean, he was, as we've said before, a pretty good shortstop in junior college or in high school. And then into junior college, and played short when he wasn't pitching.
And he's down on strikes for the second out of the Atlanta 7th.
Way better hitter right-handed.
Game 3 of the series comes your way tomorrow night. It'll be the 4th of July. Plenty of fireworks tonight. Let's hope for some more tomorrow as you see our Chevron upcoming starting pitchers.
Randall Delgado would like to get back in the win column at 4-8. Paul Mahalam, he's kind of a odd sort to me in that he always pitches so well against the Braves. It's hard to figure out how he's 5-6 with a .484 ERA. Great sinker, works fast, good slider.
And Mahalam, it's been a weird year for him. He's trying to win his 2nd straight outing after going 8 games between wins. That was from May 15th to June 23rd. And now Bourne to straightaway center. That's going to stay in the park for De Jesus. And the side retired in the Atlanta 7th. Top of the 8th, all Atlanta tonight. 10-3 is your score in Game 2 with Chicago. Something that didn't happen too often for this trio upstairs. Straight A's.
Yeah, you got to like it tonight, especially when they were trailing 3-1 at one point. But a nice comeback. Another solid outing by Jair, too.
Wait a minute. What was that about straight A's?
Just let it pass, Dale.
I got straight A's in high school.
Okay, you sure?
My B's were a little crooked.
Oh, okay. Very nice.
My A's were
perfect.
Perfect.
You got me. Good job.
Whatever was multi.
Here's Brian Lahair to start the Chicago 8th. He's 2 for 3 with an RBI tonight. And a strike from Chris Medlin.
6 up and 6 down for Chris.
And that takes care of Lahair. 3 pitches. And it's 7 up, 7 down for Medlin. 10 straight Cubs have been retired by the Braves staff. And back to the trivia. AT&T Uverse provides the question. Darwin Barney, a 66-game errorless streak is the longest active streak at second base. Name the Brave that has the longest errorless streak at second base.
What? Because it says Brave, I'm going to, as much as I want to pick Mark Lemke, I think it would have said Atlanta Brave if it had been him. So I'm going to go Felix Millan.
Felix Millan.
Okay. Well, I just hate to keep saying the same thing as you do, Joe.
And don't.
So I'm going to say Mark Lemke.
Oh, you say Lemke. That's a good one.
You said Millan, right?
Yes.
I'll go Johnny Logan.
Oh, good one.
Little roller to hit toward first. Medlin to the bag. Easy play. There's your second out. Here is Darwin Barney, who's 1 for 3. And here is our trivia answer tonight.
Nice going, Keith. Wow.
You know, hang on a second. That was over a 2-year span, 88 games over 2 years. That was a trick question.
You're going to.
Good for Keith. I'm happy for you,
Yes.
Keith. We were all proud of you at the time, too.
But we're really not very happy with this particular answer, so we will
No.
play this trivia question under protest.
Yes, I'd like to.
So, Joe, you want to know consecutive
one season.
I'm going to file an appeal.
Well, the commissioner won't be back in the office until Thursday.
See, Dale just won. We just got info.
Yeah.
One season.
In one season, it was Mark Lemke.
67 games.
So that makes us, with Dale's correct answer.
And I'm taking that.
Yeah.
We're taking it.
Oh, we're taking it.
We
Yeah.
Wait, I thought this was an individual thing. This is a team thing.
Oh no, this is a we thing.
It's we. Yeah. There is an I in trivia, but it's really a W and E. How about that play?
Okay.
Chipper, long throw, and a beauty.
Woo! What a night!
Even he's smiling.
Father's Day.
Yeah, that's a great sign. Brian would be very proud.
And Martin Prado goes to work first in the Braves' 8th inning. 2 RBI night for Martin. He's also scored a run. And a 9-game hitting streak. Third, Valbuena nearly collided with Castro, maybe did. But a nice stretch at first by Rizzo saved a throwing error, and there's the first out.
Well, again, he's been playing right near the line all night, so he had a long way to go to get that one.
Here's Jason. A 5th inning homer. Went a country mile. His 13th of the season. And he's got a 4-game hit streak.
Laser Baker said it went 408.
Got under that one and popped it to right field. And Lahara, nice job. 2 outs, and here's the man of the hour, Chipper Jones.
You know, it's fun, and we showed a clip pregame of that series in L.A. at Dodger Stadium. Chipper got a big hit, showed some enthusiasm. Well, tonight he broke the record for enthusiasm. One big clap there on his first trip to second. Then he hit a bases loaded double, went 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That breaks, I think, his clap record. But it's fun to see Chipper with that enthusiasm. I mean, seriously, you've seen him play more than I have the last 20 years. Has he clapped 9 times?
Never. Not once. Not once. It's just his night.
It's fun. I mean, he made the All-Star team, and he's having a night. And it's been a season. It's just been fun to watch him. He's like a kid out there.
Line drive. It's a 5-hit game.
Listen to this hand.
And this ballpark is going to go crazy. Listen to the crowd at Turner Field. Curtain call.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Get back out there, Chipper. There we go.
And the great career of Chipper Jones tonight is his 3rd big league 5-hit game. The last time he did that was August 11th, 2002. And surprise, surprise, Houston, where so many magical moments have occurred in the baseball career of Chipper Jones.
Well, Laser Baker looked it up, Dale. And you're right. That is an all-time clap record. Putting an authentic logo or stamp on that ball for his 5th hit. But Laser Baker looked it up. His old clap record was 7 in Pittsburgh back in September of 2003.
Okay.
So tonight, he not only, I mean, he went way by it.
Wow. Flew right by.
Mm-hmm.
Juan Francisco pinch runs for Chipper at first base.
Well, I remember that game in L.A. I was at home watching it. And he got the big hit, you know, put the Braves ahead, and he was very animated. Second, then he called timeout. They had a pitching change, and he went into the dugout. Mm-hmm. He said, what is he doing? Is he hurt? And it was almost as if he wanted to go by some guys and keep that enthusiasm going. He went by Jason Hayward at first and gave him a little hug, a little pat on the rear end, and went into the dugout, gave everybody a high five, and then went back out to second. You know, typically guys wait on the bases, but Chipper was eating it up. It's fun to see. Just so much fun.
Well, I had a different take on it. You saw the enthusiasm and all that he was doing at that stage of the season. I just knew that he needed to go sit down for a minute.
Chipper with his big night tonight adds 22 points to his batting average. Tom Hart has more.
Yeah, guys, you've been watching Chris Van Zandt from the clubhouse in the Major League Baseball Authenticator marking the bat and the ball that Chipper just used. They'll take the ball out of play immediately, obviously, but the key to marking the bat is that Chipper still wants to use it. He's got 5 hits in it in one night. He doesn't want to give it away yet.
Makes sense to me.
Where's this authenticator come from? Did he just show up tonight?
No, they're here every game, Joe.
Really?
They authenticate every ball that gets put into play by Chipper Jones and everyone that they can document. So it's been a busy night for this man.
Wow.
And to the ninth we go. 10-3 game. Chipper Jones with some Atlanta history. His third career 5-hit game. And tonight he's named to the All-Star team. Ram Trucks, by Jameson Inn, by the Georgia Lottery, and by McDonald's. Big night for the Braves. They came back from a 3-1 deficit to lead 10-3 tonight. And Johnny Vetters goes to work in the ninth inning, answering the AT&T call to the bullpen after 3 perfect innings of relief by Chris Medlin. Luis Valbuena is the Cubs hitter. 12 straight Chicago batsmen have been set down in this game, as Francisco remains at third base. Slow roller out towards second. Douglas got it. Close play. Got his man. 1 down. Jeff Baker will pinch hit.
What a great night, too, for Chris Medlin. 3 innings, 9 up, 9 down, couple of strikeouts. Great work by Chris. So after an ugly top of the 3rd inning when the Cubs took the lead, beginning in the 5th with that base hit by McCann the other way, things really started rolling.
Boy, were the Braves patient, too. They got 7 Cubs walks. 7 of them in 2 innings. And now 2-2 to Jeff Baker. We have a minute. Sad night for those of us in the Southeast tonight. Many of you may have heard the news earlier today that Andy Griffith passed away. And for those of us who spent so much time growing up and watching the Braves on TBS, all those rain delay shows featuring Andy Griffith and Mayberry, he was a big part, as was that show, to the fabric of Braves baseball on the Superstation. Ground ball out to Simmons. Second out. So our thoughts and prayers go out to the Griffith family. And as Tom Hart said a moment ago, somewhat fitting that we had a rain delay tonight.
Yeah.
Well, those of us who are a little bit older grew up with him, you know, in the 60s before they went to TBS. Great memories.
Yeah, that's back in the day when black and white TV was high def.
Yes.
Yeah.
So one more out to get. It's Tony Campana. He'll pinch hit. And a bouncer off the plate. Johnny's got to hurry. And not in time. Campana bounces one off the dish and keeps the game alive for Chicago. After the Braves get the final out of the game, we hope you'll stay tuned for Braves Live presented by AT&T. We'll have Freddie Gonzalez post-game sound. Hopefully Tom Hart will be able to talk with Chipper Jones after his spectacular night. And plenty of very happy highlights. That was the 17th infield hit, by the way, for Campana this year. Now Johnny Venter's one away from helping the Braves even up this series.
Cubs had 10 hits tonight, but 9 of them were through 5 innings. That hit by Campana off the plate, first one for them since the leadoff single by Soriano in the 5th inning.
And that's your ball game. Johnny Venters gets the 27th out, and a big night for Michael Bourne. He scored 3, he knocked in 3. Chipper Jones 5 for 5 with 4 runs batted in, and the Braves scored 10 times on 10 hits and have evened up this series with a 10-3 final.
Toyota plays of the game. Chipper Jones, of course, bloop single base hit in the first, and after that stole second. His first swipe of the year and his 150th of his career. Then he started going the other way. Base hit to left, double to left. Then he came up with a bases loaded double to the right field corner. Martin Prado with a nifty slide for the 3rd run there. The clapping record. Then a great defensive play here from foul territory. Long throw in the 8th inning. And then in the bottom of the 8th, capped off his night with his 5th hit of the game. Standing O from his teammates and the crowd, and a curtain call. Well deserved for the guy who was named to the All-Star team prior to tonight's game.
Big night all around for the Braves. Jair Jurgens wins it. Chris Volstad loses again. He's 0-7, and the Braves celebrate a 10-3 final.